Dram starting 1, 2, 3. Do 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 do. That is the sound of the Strem is starting. I got a Strem is starting robot. I designed it to sound somewhat similar to me, but with a notable robotic tone. Beep, beep, beep. You see, you can tell because it beeps. Good morning, Squibian. Can you hear my special guest star that I have brought to the Strem? I thought it would be fun to bring a special guest star to the Strem. This is the sweet, soothing sounds of Kingdom Hearts Dark Road, a video game that I am in the middle of attempting to 100%. Give me a second, I have to do technical setup for Strem. Remember when I used to put effort into the thumbnails for all the streams? I hand-made thumbnails and everything. That was back when I had, like, a viewer every other stream. Now that I have literally any viewership, effort has gone down the tube. That's what made me realize, oh, no. I don't feel like giving anybody the vibe that I give a crap. Oh no, I forgot to copy the link! That's gonna take forever. For Rockman 8 and beyond, will you allow saving? I will never allow saving for a damageless run. Like, well, I mean, I'll allow saving for a damageless run as long as you still beat the game without getting hit. Like, you can save. You can't just get hit and then go, no, pretensies, that didn't happen, and roll back your save. No, if you get hit, then, well, you gotta start from the beginning if you're trying to beat the entire game without getting hit. That's how it works. You don't say, like, oh, I'm gonna run 500 miles all in one go. You make a video, can you run 500 miles? And then you run for like a mile, and then you're like, oh my god, this is hard. We'll stop for now. We'll do some more tomorrow. That's not running 500 miles. That's just running a mile 500 times. Okay, I have advertised the Strem. I don't analogy very good? I analogy so much. I think my analogy is perfect. I am offended. I don't see any other analogies around here. But what I was saying, yeah, I'm working on Kingdom Hearts Dark Road. I'm gonna... There you go. What's that noise in the background? This is Kingdom Hearts Dark Road. I'm working on 100% completing it still. I need to 100% complete it before Missing Link comes out. This is like my big unfinished business. If I don't 100% Kingdom Hearts Dark Road, I can't play Kingdom Hearts Missing Link. So yeah, I've beaten the game But I still need to fill out the bestiary, and also I really want to, one, synthesize all equipment, which, like, the game doesn't really track that in any real way, other than you can see you have 0 of that item in your equipment inventory. But I would like to have 1 of every item in my equipment inventory. Because you really do have to go out of your way to actually have any of that equipment. It is all very optional and takes a lot of grinding. And then also I just need to fill out the album, which is really simple. Just kill 1,000 of every enemy. Like, that's easy as pie. I am strong enough that I just, you know, the game just runs idle for forever. Right now, I've just sort of been working off and on working on killing things for the album and grinding for synthesis material. Right now I'm in Wonderland just grinding for synthesis material. Because unfortunately, I hate this. So, for synthesis, you need a lot of items that only drop from enemies in low-level areas. They will never drop in the higher-level areas. And it's not even very clear where specifically they drop, and even the guides online. I look up guides online, and the best they really got is saying, oh yeah, this material drops in Wonderland, but it won't drop in the higher leveled areas. So go to lower-ish, but you have higher odds at higher leveled areas. That is a direct contradiction there. I have higher odds in higher level areas, and it will not drop in higher level areas. Wait, do I go to the higher level areas or not? Do I go to the low level areas or not? I don't know. So I'm just going to level 3 and hoping it's good enough. But anyway, I will not have the sound actually playing. I just wanted Kingdom Hearts Dark Road to special guest star at the beginning of the stream. Just so that you all know that I'm not just wasting my time playing Rockman 6 for my job. I'm also being productive. Anyway, yesterday after the stream was turned off, I did actually... Wait, how does my microphone sound? Okay, I think it is good. I was worried for a second that it was blown out like it sometimes likes to do. But yesterday, because I have had so many runs end on Mr. X, who is supposed to be easy, I actually went ahead and went to practice against him for a bit. And I've confirmed, yes, I can just do him consistently. Don't even have to try every single time. I was very much just, like, messing with my strategy. But there we go. That's how I'm supposed to do it. I'm not sure what I did wrong on the original run that I did yesterday. Because I was thinking, oh, I really gotta stay in my corner. Whoops. That one was just an execution thing, not a strategy thing. Because, like, in the actual run that failed at Mr. X yesterday, I was trying to stay in my corner, but then, like, the cycle wasn't adding up. I think maybe I do want to stay in my corner, but jump out of the corner. I think that is the strat that's working for me. Stay in the corner until I'm ready to attack and jump out of it. And so I end up attacking him when he's about in the middle of the arena. And yeah, doing it like that, it's consistent every time. And just to be clear, you don't have to worry about, like, RNG of, like, maybe his pattern is different at the beginning of the battle sometimes. He always will bob and drop the projectile the same way every single time. That is consistent. So as long as I'm doing my strat right, then this strat will always work. Okay. One more, and then run. Oof. Okay, maybe a few more. Dang it. Once again, that was an execution thing. It's just like that. The actual timing on hitting him is pretty strict. I think if I go out of my way to hit him lower in like my jumping arc, like when I'm about to land, then I think it's a lot more safe. Because then even if I miss, you know, I'll fall. I think that's probably what I want to go for. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna... Well, one, I should make sure that I have the Practiac notifier up. I am gonna go a couple more stages, just because I don't get much experience against the wind tank boss. And I like to fight that. I won't worry too much about this stage. I'm not gonna grind for weapon energy or anything. So if I end up low on energy, that's just that won't happen in an actual run scenario. What do you call a feline that lives in the sea? Is this like a trick question where I go, well, that's a catfish. And then you go, catfish are freshwater. They're not saltwater. And then I'm like, no. Oh, geez, I've been marine biologied. You missed the E-Tank? Oh, I didn't miss it. I'm planning on coming back for it later. Ooh, cool thing. I get to try out the new strat for this boss. So it's very slow, but safer than the strat I'd been doing. Actually, this is pretty fast. So, but mostly because, like, I'm not playing it super safe right now, but I mean, I think it is safe to just do these little hops. I was like super worried about jumping into the flame when I was originally trying it. That was in an actual run, and this is a strat I'd never done before, so. But yeah, not only I don't have to waste much ammo, so this will cut down on grinding, and I don't think I need to really put myself in much danger there. I'm sad because it's not as, like, it's not as complex, and I'm not proud of it because it's not even my strat as the strat that I'd come up with. But friggin', it's simple and better. I had no idea you could even do that. Me neither. It doesn't really matter to get this weapon energy, because, like, I'm just fighting the boss of this stage, and that's where my practice ends. Just to check. Yes, I can just walk off this ledge. So as long as I hold right there, I'm safe. I don't have to worry about, oh god, what if I overthink and, like, am trying to play it so safe at this ledge that I end up just falling down. As long as I hold right, that will not happen. Only way I'm dying there is if I don't hold right for some reason, or if I jump into the spikes. Ooh. There was actually a dropped input in there. But not when I died, it was earlier in the fight, which did slow me down, and I'd count that if this were a real run. In fact, there's a lot of dropped inputs here, Jesus. I think just the way that this boss is set up, where I've got to constantly, like, reverse direction over and over, it's really laying the groundwork for a dropped input. Ooh, here we go. I think I might have a better strat. Before I was just sort of trying to blindly go in, just keep shooting. Ooh, oh! Okay, that wasn't actually... That was not actually safe. I ended up landing on the explosion. Yeah, I've got to give that explosion a lot more respect. And/or actually try to hit the bubble. A dropped input is when the game doesn't register an input for some reason. Yeah, I mean, not that it doesn't register it, that it doesn't listen to it. Oh, by the way, I checked. Somebody had, I believe it was yesterday, told me that there is a patch that fixes dropped inputs. This is false. I checked, and there is a hack that that removes the slide canceling feature to make sliding work as it did in the prior games. But that is not that doesn't actually fix the dropped inputs, unless maybe it accidentally fixes the dropped inputs. I guess I'd have to try, but they don't mention the dropped inputs with that patch. They just say that it removes slide canceling. But yeah, that's a very different thing from fixing dropped inputs. Unless it does fix dropped inputs, in which case that would be really strong evidence for my theory that slide canceling is what causes dropped inputs. Isn't one of the rules official things only? Oh, no. I wouldn't, like, use the patch for the run. I was just thinking that would be good, like, research material to figure out what the heck is up with the dropped inputs. It's an important piece of the puzzle. Why did they even remove slide jumping? I think the idea is just that, what if you're in the middle of a slide and you want to stop? You press the jump button. Because by doing slide canceling, you can, in fact, just stop instantly in place. I think that was the idea. The issue is, you could already do that by just pressing the opposite direction. You couldn't literally stop in place, but because of Rockman's tiptoe animation, it's pretty easy to stop in basically place. So it's kind of pointless. And then you remove the ability to like really like chain slides and jump out of them. They don't remove the ability. It just makes it a lot more difficult. You've got to like cancel your slide directionally, and then jump. But wait, that's not a very good strat because oh wait, what if you get a dropped input? I thought one of the benefits of sliding was getting a burst of speed at the cost of committing to an irreversible movement. It's not irreversible. Never has been. That's not a thing. You could already cancel your slide in other ways. It's just they added an explicit, this is the slide canceling button press to the jump button here. Whereas before, you could cancel your slide just by, you know, just doing something else. And you just do the other thing that you wanted to do, either by jumping or reversing direction. And so they functionally removed the ability to jump out of the slide. But like here's another thing, like if you want to stop in place in the other games, you could just press the jump button to do it, and then you just go a little, you just like, you just do that. Ooh, that was very bad. The jump I did over that explosion put me too close. Okay, so 3-2-2 works. What's up with Rockman making a little noise whenever he lands? That's the... Have you ever walked before? Like, on ground? Because it makes noise. And I'm sorry for like, you know, maybe assuming that walking is a thing you do. Have you ever traversed along ground? Then doesn't Rockman make a noise whenever he walks? Shut up. You're perma-banned. Get out of here. Get out of here with your weird ideas. You have to play Legends for footstep noises. I mean, it is called Rockman Dash. I'd be really disappointed if they didn't have a good dash. Okay, if I win this one, then we're just going straight into the run. There we go. Okay. All right, no more Practiek. First run of the day. Let's go, baby. Any reason why the chat screen on the left isn't showing? That was a good question. It should be showing. It's... What? What? It's just decided not to show. I wonder if there's something going on with the overlay thing. Oh! Okay, try saying words. Apparently it, like, crashed or something. Words, test gaming. Words, test gaming! Yeah! There we go. So yeah, it just like, I guess it just was not working properly for whatever reason and needed a reboot. Thank you for letting me know, because I never would have noticed. The chat that I look at is separate from the on-screen one. Ooh. There's a YouTube chat? Yep, I restream on the Let's Stream channel as well. There's a lot less viewers there, because nobody watches the Let's Stream channel. But it's enough that I think it's worth it. And hey, maybe I'll actually build a following on the Let's Stream channel eventually. Not that likely when everybody's already over on Twitch, but... What's the channel called? Let's Stream. If you type it into Google, they'll probably be like, ah, you mean Let's Stream, right? So you need to click the button saying, no, I actually did not lie to you, Google. Is there a way to tell Google to default to not thinking I'm stupid? Because I'm gonna, like, that happens all the time, and, like... 9 times out of 10, no, it wasn't a typo. Google just doesn't... They just think I'm stupid for searching for an obscure thing. Wait, come to think of it, why do I do that? Why do I jump on, like, the platform guy when the oil isn't lit? I guess it's because, you know, like, I don't want to take the risk that like, you know, there's a lot of points in the stage where there's the fire guys above, and then they'll light it on fire. So even though there's none of them in that section, like, you know, it doesn't make sense for me to make an exception there. Strategically, when, like, it's easier to not have to think about making the exception. Oh, that... I could have definitely died due to a lost input there. Now I want a latte? I have a latte. I went on a walk this morning and got a latte. Flame is second because we want to... we want to get through Blizzard Man fast, because Blizzard Man is a difficult boss, as well as Flame Man himself is kind of a difficult boss as well, though I've definitely practiced him so much it doesn't feel like it anymore. But it's a string of, like, you know, I'd want this weapon early and want to fight this boss early. And it just sort of maths out that this ends up being the second stage because of that. What's the difference between the English and Japanese versions of the Rockman titles? One's in English and one's in Japanese? That's a pretty good summation. They also changed the name of Rockman to Rockman. Oh, you're rolling. Ah, you're not rolling. Roll. Yeah. Roll. Nice. I was getting ready to dodge the ice, because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to hit him in time, but yeah, didn't matter. Also, give me a second. I'm actually gonna go ahead and do my stretches. My hand's bothering me a little. So, how's everybody's days going? Playing any video games? I've been in the middle of playing a Rockman game. And I'm not talking about this one. Last night, I started playing Rockman X4. This game actually goes under multiple titles. The other title that this game has gone by sometimes is Rockman 8. Famous video game Rockman 8 and or Rockman X4. The same video game. For the Game Boy Color. It is a bootleg. Very clearly ripping off the Rockman World sprites, and as well as like even sprites from the console games in weird ways. And it's incredibly bad. I'm trying to get all the achievements in it. So, Oliver's playing Echoes of Wisdom. Oh, I expect a lot of people are playing Echoes of Wisdom. Scorpion's playing Mother 3. I still need to play Mother 2. Yakuza 8. I still need to play Yakuza Regular. Open Tutud. Is that Open the 1,000-Year... No, there's no Y in there. I don't know what Open Tutud is. Busy with family stuff. I hope good family stuff. I'm doing good. Incredible. Poke Rogue Pokedex. No idea what that is. Good luck. Somebody got sick. But they got really good pizza. Congratulations. Lord Floof is designing a lightsaber. Is that legal? Good luck either way. Nobody else is talking about the video games they're playing. But yeah, I'm working on Rockman X4, because I need... We just started a new board on Retro Achievements. Like, one of the events is Challenge League, and for Challenge League 2024, there's, like, these... Like, there's 9 total boards, and then 3 break months, and it runs for a year. We're on board 8 out of 9. And it's like a bingo board, where everybody gets a randomized bingo board from a list of 200 challenges. And one of my challenges is beat a Game Boy Color game. And I'm like, well, I mean, there's so many Game Boy Color games that, like, I want to play, but I don't necessarily want to, you know, be committed to it right now. And so I was just looking down the list of Game Boy Color games, and I saw, oh, hey, look, Rockman X4 and or Rockman 8. I've never played this one before. It looks like it's crap and really short. Perfect. It was a terrible idea. I'm having quotation marks fun with it. Yeah, I only have 2 more levels to beat. I've beaten 3 of the 5 levels. And don't worry, I don't have to beat the game. Beating the game is not a mechanic in this game. It's just the 5 stages. Beating the stages doesn't even do anything. You don't get weapons when you beat the stages. What are you thinking? There's 5 stages and you choose which one you want to play. That's the game. But yeah, one of the 2 stages I have left, there's a 50-pointer for beating it, and I see why. The other one is a 25-pointer. Big part of the reason is that these stages have moving platforms for you to jump between, which is really annoying and terrible because there's just sort of a random chance every time you jump on a platform that you just fall through it. Then the platform decides, well, I guess I'm not actually here for reals, and it's not a solid object, in fact. And then also, on top of that, there's sometimes where the moving platforms don't decide that they're not there for reals, they just decide that they're not there regular. You will just be walking through the stage, and all objects in the stage will cease to spawn. They won't be there. And when you need to jump on moving platforms, it is an issue if the moving platform is not there. I've had a lot of difficulty trying to figure out exactly how to get through these stages. But I did manage to get through the 50-pointer stage and reach the boss of the 50-pointer stage. I think it's... Is it... No, it's not Tengv Man. It might be... Grenade Man stage? I think it's Grenade Man stage. The 2 stages I have left are, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, are Grenade Man stage. And by the way, Grenade Man has a picture of Clown Man on it. And Tengv Man stage. Not Tengu Man, Tengv Man. But at the end of Grenade Man stage, there's this robot that flies in the air and shoots lasers or whatever. And I've gotten to it twice. And both times I got to this boss, I was just like, you know, trying to fight this boss fight of a very well-designed boss. Absolutely like one of the Rockman classics. And I was shooting at it, and then I'm at the title screen. And the colors are off. The colors of the game are incorrect to begin with. I teleported to the title screen and the colors were even more off than they were before. Apparently, this boss, both times I fought it, I crashed the game. Presumably because I shot the boss too much. Why did I ever think that the game would allow me to shoot the boss and still function? So apparently the only way to actually beat this stage, and beat the boss of the stage, is if you just, like, only fire, like, one shot at a time, and be super particular about it. Waiting for the hyper-realistic eyes. I haven't met John yet. I'm dreading once I bet John is the boss of Tengvi Man stage. But yeah, my hand feels, like, instantly better. Everybody, please, for the love of God, look up some good hand and arm stretches that you can do. If you play video games, you need to do, like, some good hand and arm stretches. Your hands will love you. No energy balancer? Nope. It's something that's like convenient. It's not helpful in a damageless run. So there is no reason to take the extra risk of, like, going out of the way for it. Nice. Am I going to pause buffer every boss? Yep. What, you think I'm gonna be good at the game? This ain't that kind of show. Is it just me, or is Mono Man stage really short? Is it because I'm taking this, the beat path? Or is it just a really short stage? Oh my! Please do not exist that many times simultaneously! You gotta calm down! Oh, please jump. Oh, thank God he's jumping. Now please shoot. Ah. Cool. You said "oh my" just as I was watching a video of Yoshi's Island's "oh my" Easter egg. I'm not sure what that is, but whenever I think "oh my," I think of a voice clip from Zack and Wiki. If you've played Zack and Wiki, there's no way that you don't remember that voice clip. Friggin', like, they use that voice clip a lot. I need to go back and 100% Zack and Wiki. Zack and Wiki is such a good game. I can't wait until we get Wii support so I can do so I can play the achievement set for Zack and Wiki. I'm sorry for getting the name wrong. It's Zack and Wiki. It's a pun. In Yoshi's Island, you can kill the piranha plant. Oh, that's what you mean by "oh my." Okay. I want to play Zack and Wiki right now. I'm gonna end the stream and just play Zack and Wiki. I want to play Resident Evil 4 Wii Edition right now. God, once we get Wii support, we will have Resident Evil 4 Wii Edition set. Just stream Zack and Wiki? No, no. I'm not gonna stream Zack and Wiki. That's more of a, I would like to just, you know, have fun myself kind of game. Because it is a point-and-click puzzler. So, like, I mean, what am I gonna do on the stream? I'm gonna go, I wonder what the solution to this puzzle is. And the entire stream goes, the solution to the puzzle. That's the end of the stream. What do you like about the game, Gamer Champ? What, Zack and Wiki? It's a really super duper charming, you know, point and click puzzler where the puzzles are like done nice and cool, and there's lots of good aha moments when you figure it out. And also you get to hear a rabbit guy go, "Oh my!" over and over and over, forever. Have you tried Rockman fan games? Does Rockman X4/Rockman 8 for the Game Boy Color count? Nice. I haven't played that many Rockman fan games. I really do want to play all of them. Like, I am a Rockman obsessed loser. But the problem is I still haven't played all of the Rockman regular games. So don't worry, I'm gonna play them all. I don't know, were the bootleggers fans of the series? Like, there's gotta be at least some appreciation there, right? At least a little, because it's not like they aren't putting work in to make the bootlegs. It's really, it's really shoddy and, rip-offy work. But there's some concept of a Rockman game that the people who made it had in their heads. Like, they know of Rockman, right? And they were thinking that this would be a thing that they could make their own thing of. Maybe some of them were made by people who hate Rockman and go, huh, even I could do better than this garbage. You know, I mean, considering all the wonderful changes they made to the formula, a distinct possibility. Likely just trying to make a quick buck or two. The thing is, like, it's... like, yeah, of course, they were trying to make a quick buck. But people who are trying to make a quick buck also are human beings who play video games. For a second, I forgot that I can just stand in place and hold up to shoot up. And I was trying to aim diagonal. Nice. My only question is, how will beat be useful in this run? You're about to see, we do use beat once or twice in the next level. There's one very specific moment in the next level where I think you'll see, like, why I use beat. Like, very self-explanatory. Falling off with a beat rescue doesn't count as a hit? That's not what beat is for in this game. Can beat do that in this game? Is that actually a thing that beat can do? Like a secondary feature? But either way, that is not how I use beat. Also, I mean, I guess it depends on the context. I wouldn't necessarily... I would allow that, I think. Like, it does depend on the context, though. Is it a case where, like, it's a pity you don't lose a life this time? Or is it an actual genuine mechanic that the player can, like, you know, keep in their pocket? Even then, I think I'd just allow it. Like, nothing actually happened to Rockman. It's not necessarily a good strategy to be jumping in pits all the time, but if the strategy works out, it works out. It's a special thing that will consume Beat's ammo. Immediately right there. You're using ammo for it. That, if you're using ammo for it, that is a mechanic that the player can the player can intentionally work into their strategy. Like that's what it is. It's not getting hit any more than using plant barrier to absorb a bullet is getting hit. Like, you could try in semantics, but the shield is like part of you, it's attached to you, and the shield got hit. So therefore, you got hit. No. No, you're not gonna... That's dumb. Simple refutation. Do not need to refute anymore. Very dumb. I have actually been called out by people using that kind of semantics for the Rockman 5 run. I think people even mentioned it on the stream, I think. I'm not sure if I ever got into a deep discussion of it on the stream, but Freezy Deezy. He has that, like, freezing projectile attack. And I worked it into my strategy that I would, on purpose, touch that freezing projectile attack while in an invincible state that makes me immune to his bullets. But of course it doesn't make me immune to the freezing projectile, and so people are like, wait, you got hit by the freezing projectile. So you did get hit, even if it was a non-damaging hit. And you know, I can sort of see the logic there a bit more. I don't consider it like an actual damaging hit. It's something the boss does to set you up for a hit. I do not consider it actually a hit. The thing is, when I say getting hit, I'm talking about the video game mechanic of getting hit, which sort of automatically includes taking damage most of the time. It is basically synonymous with taking damage. What's on the next screen? These guys. Okay, so this part right here should be pretty self-explanatory why I use beat here. I could use flame instead, it doesn't really matter. But you know, beat is more guaranteed, don't have to aim. This is where I really want to use beat. Removes a lot of the brain working I'd have to do to actively attack that panda. Meanwhile, I'm trying to work out so many angles for the panda's projectile and moving along the moving platforms. Very helpful to not have to worry about actually attacking. Just call it Damageless. No, I think saying without getting hit is cooler. I think Damageless sounds more, it sounds too lawyerly. But getting hit, that's more like people speak. God, this is really one of the nicest Rockman games ever. First Mr. X stage, and they're just like, okay, no, you're gonna be going through a lot of stages soon. Here's 4 extra lives. Nice. Can they fall in the pit? Oh, like the drill enemies? Probably. I think that's just not solid ground at all whatsoever. I imagine that might even be an intentional, like, this teaches you that there are pits there, as long as you're not just blazing forward. No, wait, no, there's a safe pit at the beginning that you can fall into, and I think that's there before any of the drills. The Mets. The Mets can't move, so no. I've not played this game in a while. I mean, like, there are Mets that move. Like, it's just these specific Mets will not. Like, for the record, I mean, there are Mets that move in some Rockman games. I don't think there's any moving Mets in this one. Well, okay. Well, there is a moving Met. We'll meet it in the next level. Nice. Oh yeah, that's right. There are moving Mets from the Metchapons. The Gachapon that spits out different types of Mets. That counts. I don't really think about them because, like, my strat is always to kill the Gachapon as fast as possible. I thought the rock projectiles could damage you. They can. You're like, it's like friggin' like pixel perfect that you're just far enough away to not get hit at the leftmost edge of the screen. Like, if you're even a tiny bit out to the right, you'll get hit. Does the game end in exactly 3 minutes? That might be a little bit of a tough ask. I'm sorry, but good luck in whatever you've got to go for. No, that was not the strat for that section. I just flubbed it very much. That is also not the strat for that section. Here's the moving map. My usual streamer isn't streaming today, so I'm here, I guess? Good morning, Alter 4 K1 Irby. I'm sorry your usual streamer isn't streaming today. I hope I'm a good substitute. That is not the strat. That is not the strat at all. That is not the strat for that section. I am having 70,000 heart attacks right now. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Nice! Oh. Oh. Gasp! Dr. Wily wearing a beard was Dr. Wily all along. You know what? I think this enemy is actually safer to grind on than the one I was doing before. Yeah, because if it drops something, I don't have to worry about going down for the Met. Now I will have to kill this Met, though. Well, not yet. There we go. Night nights, Luna. Luna, how? Thanks for joining. Does Dr. Imp stand for dropped inputs? No, Dr. Imp stands against dropped inputs. Publicly. But he's got a shady past. I don't trust that Dr. Imp. Hey, that was an overall profit. Cool. Bathroom break. Good morning. I was hoping I would calm down after the bathroom break. Nope, the opposite. Good morning, oh dear, I'm crying. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry you're not gonna be able to stay. Thanks for showing up. Heart emojis. You know, I wonder, I'm starting to think, it does seem very specific that these platforms explode when they reach the end of their path on the left of the screen. I wonder if that's supposed to be a hint. Like, the platforms are exploding, so you can use them as a weapon. There we go. You can do that? I know, right? It's such a stupid little thing that, like, doesn't even do that much damage. It's you know, somebody had fun having the idea and putting that in the game. In time for the grind? Yep, but it's not going to be as long of a grind as it usually is, because we didn't have to use as much ammo on Mechasaurus. Is it Mechasaurus, or am I confusing the name with, like, the dragon boss or something? The one from the famous dragon boss from Rockman 2. I just keep calling it Mechasaurus. Oh, whoops. Thank you very much for the subscription, the Gargaloth. Mechasaurus is its name. Okay. I like that name. Mechasaurus is cool. No, screw it. Even beat. Just to be super duper certain I'm even refilling beat. I'm not going to be using beat. I will refill beat. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god! Ah, I practiced that a million times! Oh my god, I swear I practiced this a million times for the timing. And that's what screwed me over, because something about the timing, the boss didn't attack as fast as I was expecting it to, so it was just wasting time. Oh my god! What even, I don't understand what happened. I think I didn't attack it soon enough at the beginning. Oh. Not on me? Oh, it was definitely on me. I think... So it didn't attack it soon enough at the beginning, and then I was like... Yeah, it was something like that, but it took longer to attack with that second... I don't know what... God, I don't... I gotta try and recreate that. Fixed RNG? It's not RNG. It always attacks with the same timing, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's RNG involved. If there was, then the timing should be different. Like, on some of these shots. I think it's because I hit it with wind. I think hitting it with wind threw off my timing, because in all my training I kept not hitting the bubble with wind. Because I was being way faster. That was the first run of the day, for the record. Good first run, at least. Yeah. It sucks, though, dying on this boss who I went out of my way, played extra stages to make a save state here and practice against. And then to have it happen in such a, like, wait, what? This isn't the... Like, not even, like, an execution mistake. It was a very strategic mistake. That's, like... Oh, that sucks. And I'm not even sure what went wrong. Because, like, as far as I know, I should have been playing it safe and waiting for the boss to attack. Maybe I just misjudged the timing, and it's just really, I shouldn't have been waiting. You attacking too fast screwed it up? The opposite. I started the fight slower than usual. And I was trying to compensate for that by, like, not attacking the boss as fast. Do you have notes on the strats for each level? I have some very small notes about more specific stuff. But for the most part, it is memorization. Maybe it's because the bubble got swept away? I think that is a factor, absolutely. It did feel longer there on waiting for the next bubble when I hit it with wind, which would make sense. It takes longer for the bubble to reach the top of the screen than to reach the bottom. Man. One thing I can feel decent about is that is the first run that's actually ended at this boss. So it's not like I'm constantly embarrassingly dying to this thing. And I redeemed myself on Mr. X. That went flawlessly. This is Wily Stage 2. So after this is just the boss rush and Wily himself. Okay, okay, let's put Praktiek up there. I'm gonna continue and practice against Wily. Just to be super sure I'm practiced against Wily. And of course, fate being fate, that means I'm going to flub and over-practice Wily, and then get hit by Wily in the stupidest, most embarrassing way in an actual run. Do you think Wily is wearing a beard, or just has a beard? The fact that he rips the beard off makes me really hope that he actually genuinely does not. Or, no, wait! Hope that he does not actually genuinely have a beard. The fact that he rips it off makes me really hope that's a real beard and he's really feeling it. Makes it way funnier if he does have a beard. Mr. Panucci, since when did you grow a mustache? No, wait, that's not how the quote goes. I know that's not how the quote goes. No, wait, Mr. Panucci, did you grow a mustache? Then he rips it off and says no. I was doing that way more risky than I actually should be. I only got lucky, but I don't care much because he's not who I'm trying to practice. Yeah, ball! Is anyone weak to the plant shield? Yes, Tomahawk Man. Is it useless? Yes. It's not useless, it's just not useful as a weapon. We do actually get use out of it for blocking projectiles. Jesus, I'm not used to him actually sucking me in that fast. Is it, like, relative to your distance to him? Is that what's going on there? It's just I'm not used to being that close to him? I think that might be it. Oh, sure. Now, when it doesn't matter, you give me bad RNG. Why am I complaining about that? I do wish Blizzard Attack could go through the shield. Like, it's the kind of, like, you know, extra interaction you'd hope from boss weaknesses. But without that aspect, it really is just, He takes more damage from this weapon, and that is the only attribute of the weakness. Like, you can't even hit him in the air with, like, the angles of the attack. It doesn't even have, like, that kind of utility. Do you think they'll ever run out of boss concepts? Will we just get Dirt Man eventually? We've gotten like 5 Dirt Men. What are you talking about? Cool. Did the whole boss rush. That's right, I don't need to worry about switching weapons before this one. It's a different level legally. Last chance to help me out, Eddie. Wait, you're not Eddie. Whoops. I keep forgetting that there's one of these in this level because I always just murder it and move on. Okay, last chance to help me out, Eddie. You know, it's actually better that you don't help me out because I am here to practice. So it's better that I have less ammo. Because, you know, I'm most likely to have less ammo in the actual run. Ooh, a little bit close. But yeah, this is one of the. Remember when I said that we do use plant barrier? This would be very difficult to do Damageless without plant barrier. For some reason I thought this capsule was also weak to beat. Nope, just the 1 in 5. Every single boss in this game is immune to beat, unfortunately. Okay, so it is mostly phase 2 that I'm worried about. Depending on, like, where he jumps can put me in a tight spot. That was too risky. I should not have gone for the double hit. All three forms are weak to Tomahawk? I know. I have been using it a little bit late. I'm worried about conserving ammo. But I definitely... you know what? Since Phase 2 is what I'm really worried about, I should use it more on Phase 2. No, wait. The problem is... if I don't have Tomahawk ammo on Wily Capsule 3, my whole strat on Wily Capsule 3... not getting hit there, relies on shield. And that runs out of ammo quick. So if I don't have enough Tomahawk ammo to finish Wily Capsule off before I run out of before I run out of shield, then that's just an automatic I lose. Lost by virtue of running out of ammo. Like, I still can hurt him with other weapons, but not fast enough. Night Spike does good damage too? It's okay. Do you mean against this? Not really. Not anywhere near as much as Tomahawk. Okay. Dang it. That was because you distracted me. I must always remember that he jumps first. This fight always begins with him jumping. Commit that to memory. Does punching him work? That's way too dangerous, but I guess I should try. But he can't slide during it. Well, that was a bad example because I killed him. The fact that you can't slide during it, so you'd have to constantly swap back and forth, and you have to get so close, like, it is not viable. And, yeah, if it bobs him back like it does Wrecking Ball, like, doesn't matter, because look at that. Nope, it doesn't even do it. It is worth noting also, where he shoots his projectiles is based on your current position. The one you gotta watch out for is the middle projectile, which is the only one he shoots in Phase 2. That one will be aimed towards you if you are too close. Like right now, it's gonna be aimed towards me. How much approximately it takes me to edit a video of a challenge after I've done it? It sort of depends on the specific challenge, but I'd say usually about a week. It also depends on what's going on in my life at the time, of course. But factoring in lifetime and the time editing the video, about a week. I will note, though, I will never claim to be a super productive worker. I am very slow. I know somebody who's actually, like, good at doing things could get it done in half the time. Like, have you seen my editing? It doesn't get that much love. Ooh. That was some real easy RNG there, Wily. Thanks. Okay, I just want to... This time I'm going to make real certain. Sometimes I try to save ammo. I'm going to use shield every single time. And see how many ammos I have by the end. It looks like it's exactly equal with Wily's health. So I have exactly enough plant shots if I waste none. Well, actually I have one more than I need, because you have to factor in I don't need it for the final hit. So I have a room for error of 1. Okay, one more. If it goes well, then we're going into the next run. This also tests too. I just well, okay. This is if I've got like 3/4 tomahawk remaining. What's the difference between Machine 1 and Machine 2 other than you can see Wily's face? Machine 1 always jumps between the left and right edges of the screen. There is no RNG there whatsoever. Machine 2, Wily, I think he just jumps sort of at random. He'll jump to the right and then jump to the left, jump to the right, then jump to the left. But the distance that he jumps is random. And then Machine 1 will fire 3 shots, 1 low, 1 center, 1 high. The center shot makes more of an effort to actually hit Rockman if he's close enough to Wily. Machine 2 always only fires the center shot. Machine 2 is the trickier of the one because of his jumping pattern. I'm going to have enough tomahawk for both phases. If I start with 3/4, yes. But it is getting low. Let's see if I had 8 shots. That's pretty decent. So that's assuming I start with 3/4, which is around what I should be able to expect. Everything's rationed pretty specifically for tomahawk in that last stage. I gotta be right back. Good morning, I'm back. Okay. What? No, don't remove deaths. Remove Practiac. Well, removing deaths would probably be a good idea, actually. There's a strategy. If I just pretend that the damage didn't happen... Okay, so I'm confident. I've like today alone, I've gone through the entire game and demonstrated that I know the entire game well enough to do it damageless. It's all practiced. That is not in doubt. So I don't have to worry about, did I practice that part enough? No, I have. I know I have. The run is damageless if you stay at the title screen. You won't beat the game, but it's a great strat. That reminds me of that video. Well, videos. Someone was trying to like do procedural learning AIs that could figure out how to play video games, and they were training it on Tetris, and well, it got to a point where it was about to lose, and then it paused the game and never unpaused. It was, in fact, the best strategy in that moment. If losing must be avoided at all costs, well, there's one way to never lose. I want to get this run over with so bad. I've spent way too long on Rockman 6. I got other things to do. I want to do that Scribblenauts run. Scribblenauts minimum object. Or, no, not minimum. All unique objects. That one seems so fun and funny. Because we're going to have to do some bonkers stuff to actually make it feasible. I'm also, like, honestly, I'm intrigued on if it is possible to do Scribblenauts all unique objects, because, like, I'm gonna need a lot of pterodactyl stand-ins and a lot of rope stand-ins, because that strategy seems necessary on, like, half of the levels in the game. I know that if you've got a creature who is not necessarily safe to ride, you can summon a saddle, and that can get us one more flying creature. But there's not that many saddles. The only saddle type item in the game that I know of is saddle. That'll get me one level. Rope, cord, wire, chain. Yep, those are 4 of them. There's like a couple hundred levels. That ain't gonna get us very far. I think there's 12 worlds. Is it 12 or 10 worlds? I forget. Somewhere around there. And then there's like I think a little over 20 levels per world. What's all unique objects? So Scribblenauts is a game where you can just summon practically any object into the game, like noun, as long as it's not copyright infringing, vulgar, or well, I guess that they just didn't think of it. There are a few surprising ones where they just didn't think of it. Are Christmas lights in the first game? Probably. Probably. Santa's in the game, I know that. It'd be weird if they thought of Santa, but not Christmas lights. How many objects are in the game? That's a little bit of a complicated question, because it's an important no. Oh yes, Oliver even mentioned, if a different word spawns the exact same looking object, such as chain/shackle, would you count it as the same item or separate? I would count it as the same item. We're using the game itself as the judge, because I tested this. If you, for example, summon pterodactyl, and then Pterodactylus, those are 2 different words, technically. But, they'll even, like, if you examine that object that you just summoned, it will say the word you used to summon it. It'll say pterodactyl or pterodactylus. But you will know for a fact that it is actually the same object, because the game has a merit when you finish a stage for, like, all unique objects. It will give you this bonus, or all new objects, rather. It gives you the all new objects bonus merit if every object that you summon is one that you'd never summoned before. And if you summon a synonym, it will not give you that bonus. So you know for a fact that the same object summoned by different words is legally the same object according to the game. And if it's and I'm listening to the game. The game's word is law. Christmas lights are in the first game. Did you just look up a word list? Because keep in mind, one important thing to note, like, there's a dictionary of recognized words, but like, the dictionary you look up online is not going to clarify whether or not, like, which words are synonyms that will summon the same object. So Christmas lights might just summon the same thing that writing in lights would. Does she intend to play the DS version? There is only a DS version of the first Scribblenauts, so yes. Well, technically, there's not only a DS version. There are, in fact, 2 DS versions of Vanilla Scribblenauts. There's the original Vanilla Scribblenauts, and then there is the dual pack release. Where they did, like, 2 games in 1 cartridge, Scribblenauts and Super Scribblenauts, in 1 package. Which that is a distinct version, which I might need to get my hands on to do the run. Because, actually, I might not allow it. I might just not allow it. The thing is, the double pack that had Super Scribblenauts with it, there is a new glitch in it. Because, yeah, it has D-pad movement. The original game doesn't have D-pad movement. But D-pad movement breaks the game. It was clearly never designed for it. And there is now an infinite jump glitch. Which, no. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna get the double pack version. So that I can use the infinite jump glitch. That's gonna help so much, isn't it? The thing is, it's not free. It's not a free infinite jump glitch. It's very difficult to perform. So it's not like it's gonna freely let me fly around everywhere. Like, I have to do it, like, really precisely many times in a row if I want to infinite fly. It's really only that good if you need just 1 or 2 extra jumps height. What's Scribblenauts even about? It isn't. It's not about anything. You play as a kid named Maxwell. Look, there's a shiny thing. Go grab the shiny thing. And in order to grab the shiny thing, you can magically summon any object that you want. It is not explained why you can magically summon any object that you want, and why you can just magically click and drag them all over the screen, and then just erase them when you're done with them. It's just a thing. It just happens. Oh, it's also worth noting, Scribblenauts is made by the same devs as who made Drawn to Life. They were friggin' cooking on the Nintendo DS, just being like, yeah, let's do 2 of the super duper classics built around, like, the Nintendo DS's unique capabilities. When I played the first Scribblenauts on Retro Achievements, I cheesed a bunch of levels with black hole objects. What's really impressive is, can you beat a level with a nuke? Guess what the nuke does in Scribblenauts? It's a big bomb, and if you damage this big bomb, there is a nuclear explosion. It destroys everything in the level. All of it. Including not only you, but also the Starlight, which is your goal in the level. It's not usually a very useful object, but there are, in fact, levels that you can beat with the nuke. I have done it. It's very funny. Basically, it has to be a level where the Starlight is not already spawned. You have to do something to make it spawn, like destroy everything, kill all the enemies, and then the Starlight spawns. You position Maxwell directly below where the Starlight will spawn, summon the nuke, make sure you jump in mid-air at just the right time. Maxwell will die. He will die and do his death animation. But he'll grab the Starlight just as his soul is leaving this mortal coil. And that's good enough. You beat the level. But Black Hole is a much more all-around useful item. Obviously, I'm not explaining to the person who said they used Black Hole a lot, because like clearly you know how it works. That will only it'll suck in and deal billions of damage to anything it sucks in, but only in its immediate area. It will not destroy the level. So you can very, very much cheese stuff with that. Like, if you want something dead, it's a black hole. There it go. It dead. I'm a weirdo who I have only played Scribblenauts 1. I have not played any of the sequels because I wanted to play Scribblenauts 1 first. It's weird because, clearly more people have played the sequels than played the original. So whenever I talk about playing Scribblenauts, people are, always suggesting that I use adjectives. And, that's not... What are you talking about? That's not a thing. Adjectives don't exist. Adjectives are a myth. I'm still mad. There's a puzzle level in Scribblenauts where there's a corpse. There's a corpse right next to diggable ground, and what you're supposed to do to spawn the Starlight is to give the corpse a proper burial. And the way that works is it will spawn the Starlight if the corpse is contained within a suitable container, and then that container is put into the diggable ground. So, of course, you have to dig through the ground, then put the container with the corpse in it in there. I was so mad because I was like, well, buildings, locations are legally containers. So I summoned a cemetery and I stored the corpse in the cemetery, and then I buried the cemetery. Did not work. It does not legally count. The cemetery is not legally a proper corpse disposal container. It seems like an oversight. I think it's because the cemetery is legally a place, which is a different type of container from the standard containers. But I am happy because somebody else suggested what you can do is you can summon an urn. But then there's a problem. You summon an urn and you're like, okay, I'll put the corpse in the urn. The corpse is too big to fit in the urn. So what you do is you summon a shrink ray, shoot the corpse with the shrink ray, the corpse will shrink. It is now small enough to fit in the urn. So you put the shrunken corpse in the urn, bury it, it works. They were smart enough to recognize that when you shrink the corpse, it's still the same object, and that the urn, even though it can't normally fit a corpse, is a proper burial container. It's so sad though, because that's the one where I'd be more like, oh, well, if you have to use the shrink ray and stuff for that, like, it makes sense that the programming would get tripped up by that. I'd be more forgiving of that than, like, cemetery isn't legally a good corpse disposal container. What if you feed them to a flock of vultures, then bury the vultures? I bet I never tried that, but if you summon a vulture, it would probably eat the corpse. The problem is, monsters, like, attacking something, they can't actually, like, eat it, in the sense that it goes into them as a container. They just destroy it. So I'm willing to bet that vultures would attack the corpse and destroy it, but only destroy it, and then the game would go, oh no, the corpse was destroyed. Same thing somebody suggested, like, oh, to put it in the urn. What if you burn the corpse? You would just destroy the corpse, and then the game, the level would just be failed. That is most likely what would happen. What about a cannibal, though? The cannibal would probably just try to kill Maxwell. It might go for the corpse after Maxwell, but I imagine they'd prioritize murdering Maxwell. What if you label the corpse as edible? There aren't adjectives. You can't just put adjectives, that's not a thing. I'm still so happy about the way there's another level I solved, which I will be solving it this way in the video because it's so good. It was such a I can't believe that worked moment. So there's parents at a house on all the way on the left edge of the area, and then you start all the way on the right side of the area, and there's a baby. And you've gotta bring the baby over to its parents. So and of course there's bad terrain, like the baby can't just walk over all the terrain. You've gotta you've gotta somehow get the baby over like a bunch of bumps in the way and stuff. I summoned a salt truck, and I was thinking, well, I'll put the baby in the salt truck as like a container, and then I'll drive the salt truck. The baby was in fact put in the salt truck in the driver's seat. And then I went, I can work with this. So I summoned a rattle and had Maxwell grab the rattle. The baby saw the rattle and was like, that's an object I enjoy. I want that rattle. I am going to drive to that rattle. And I just had the baby follow me while the baby drove a salt truck back to its loving parents. Yeah, Scribblenauts is the original best Breath of the Wild. Some missions are so vague that you can just spawn a new baby instead of returning the old one. I technically didn't try that. It usually doesn't work. Does make sense there'd be 1 or 2 levels where, yes, that does work. I was also really happy too. The Scribblenauts passes the gay test. There was another puzzle level where like there's 3 patients, 1 needs medical attention, one is just desperate for entertainment, and 1 misses their family. She misses her family, to be clear. And the game is correct and good if you summon girlfriend or wife, then the patient who is missing her family will be like, yay, I'm so happy. My girlfriend and or wife is here. And that does in fact beat the level. God, yeah, I've got to make that video. It's going to be a long one. Scribblenauts is a long game, and I do want to beat every level. Just beating, like, just can you beat Scribblenauts with all unique objects? That would be much more boring, because most levels in the game are optional. You don't actually have to beat that many. It's like, for every level you beat, it unlocks, like, 3 more in that world. So just beating the game is very easy. In fact, actually, I think you only need to technically beat, like, enough levels in the final world to unlock the very last level on the list, and then beat that very last level. And all of the worlds before that are functionally optional. You just need to farm for enough money to buy the final world. The way the worlds work is that, like, it's just straight up. You buy each of the worlds with currency, and you can just replay levels for currency. So the strat, if it was any percent, would just be play a level that requires 0 objects over and over again. And yes, there are levels that you can clear with 0 objects. Even without the infinite jump glitch in the double pack. Aren't there like hundreds of unique objects? There's gotta be a few thousand. There's no way it's only hundreds. If it's only hundreds, the run is not happening. Would it be like beat the game as the challenge and beat all levels as the bonus challenge? The thing is, beat the game is so simple. And it's just a grind, and not even that long of a grind. Okay, things got a little bit iffy in there because I got, like, my timing got thrown off from, like, my sliding and stuff, but still pulled it out, luckily. But are there enough that fill similar roles but are unique objects? Yeah, like, I need a lot of different rope-like objects. There's rope, cable, cord. I know there's a lot more. Oh, if you do wire, it'll ask, like, do you want, like, piano wire, or there was another kind? And, like, piano wire is the one that will function as a rope. And then handcuffs. Handcuffs are functionally a very short rope. Twine? It'd be interesting to see what Twine summons. Oh no! I'm in the middle of Rockman 6 and everybody's backseat gaming Scribblenauts. No, you should summon Bungee Cord! I can't summon Bungee Cord right now! That's not a function in Rockman 6! Forget adjectives! Objects aren't a mechanic! Vine? Ooh, that's a good one. That'd probably work. Unless it, like, tries to do, like, a background decoration vine. There are some objects that are just background decorations. Like, if you try to, like, summon planets or stars, they'll just be in the background in the sky. Summon Jetpack, it's OP. Jetpack and Wings are both very good objects that are functionally the same, though the Jetpack will not work if you short-circuit it in water. But yeah, they both do exactly the same thing mechanically, where when you jump in the air, then Maxwell can fly for a short period of time. And then it, like, recharges after you land. But I do want to know, I will be streaming the entire Scribblenauts thing. I think the whole reason I brought it up in the first place was I wanted to say, and I never got around to saying it, I need to finish Rockman 6 so that I can do Scribblenauts. Because Scribblenauts is one that I definitely want to stream. Because I think it'll be really helpful to get ideas from the chat of objects to summon. And, of course, it will be fun and funny. What's the purpose of picking up E-Tanks in this run? When you use an E-Tank, it will actually refill all of your life. Best Rockman song go? I am a total dumb loser. So I say Rockman 3 theme. Rockman 3 main theme. Oh! Oh! Ah! That's a simple mistake. I don't feel too bad about it. Overestimated my safe range. Sad thing is, like, I was happy, like, I did do a good, like, centaur leading him to spawn far enough to the side of the screen that I'm safe to run away from him. And then have time to jump over. But then, it doesn't help if I mess up on the running away part. Is it me or Centaur Man kind of acts like a beefed up Flash Man? I don't think his actual in battle pattern is that similar. But I mean, obviously his weapon is very similar idea. It's even got Flash in the name. And while you don't use it the same way yourself, it does have the same effect in battle on Rockman when the boss uses it. So I'm pretty sure at this point, it's worked so many times in a row. The flame enemies they work on sort of a grid. And they never drop their flames outside of specific points on the grid. So hugging this wall right here is just always safe. As long as I take out the top enemy, I've never tested without taking out the top enemy, but it's always safe otherwise. I want to get this over with so I can play RuneScape. I want to play RuneScape. I've been making lots of progress on RuneScape. I've been leveling up. That's it. RuneScape's such a good game. I feel like RuneScape gets kind of a bad rap for some reason. People don't appreciate how RuneScape is like... It's the one true idle game. It's the idlest of idle games. Probably doesn't get that rap because you can't really play it that idle. There's a lot of subtly idle things that you can do in it, but not. It won't play itself for weeks. Old school or RS3? I'm currently playing old school, but colloquially as in I'm playing the original RuneScape, which is currently known as RuneScape 3, because they kept patching it. They kept patching the original RuneScape, and the current rendition of the original RuneScape is RuneScape 3. That's how it works. Old school RuneScape is RuneScape 2. Not that it's the version that was patched and they said, this patch is, we are dubbing RuneScape 2. I mean the sense that it is literally the second RuneScape game. Because it's a second RuneScape game. That's how it works. Unless you count old school RuneScape Classic. That one was also kind of RuneScape 2. But in a sort of a different variety because it was sort of a fork of RuneScape. They actually straight up forked it, and like you could continue your character on RuneScape Classic and RuneScape 2. But because of that, I don't consider either of them RuneScape 2. They were just sort of competing versions of RuneScape regular. But with old school RuneScape, that is explicitly, absolutely, no contest whatsoever, a separate RuneScape from the original RuneScape, and is therefore the second RuneScape game. But yeah, like, legit, like, RuneScape doesn't get enough love. It is, like, such a great, like, idle game that you can just, like, make progress in while multitasking with something else. There is a lot of stuff in RuneScape you do have to pay more attention to, but the vast majority of the game is very much just, like, click on it once every minute or two, and you will be making real progress in the game while doing something else. And there are setups that you can set up. You can even play it, like, even less than that. The setup, like, I found out about, there's a mining setup that you can do with a particular set of items and abilities and stuff, where you can just have the game automatically mine for, like, 15 minutes straight at a time with, like, nearly the same productivity as if you were actively clicking that entire 15 minutes. That's pretty good return on investment for an idle game, I'd say. So auto-clicking? Well, I mean, auto-click... if you use an auto-clicker, that's just straight up cheating. Which, like, I mean, is kind of fine if you're just playing Cookie Clicker. Like, Cookie Clicker is designed for cheating. You're allowed to cheat in Cookie Clicker. You get an achievement for it. And then it, like, invalidates your save file from getting any other achievements, probably, but still. I'm not even sure if it does that. But don't use an auto clicker in RuneScape. That's illegal. That'll get you banned. And also, it just kind of like no, I'm not gonna be like, and then you're not even really for real playing the game. It's RuneScape. It's RuneScape. It's not a super duper hardcore professional play this competitively game. Oh no, dropped in. I messed up. But that was a dropped input. That was an avoidable dropped input. I started moving too quickly there. And so I had to... Because I started moving too quickly, I had to adapt to that by turning around. And then my input was dropped when I turned around. Before starting the next run, I need water. You should eat more of your breakfast. Oh, look again here. You actually did eat a lot more than I thought you did. It's just sort of spread around the bowl a lot, so it looked like there was more in here. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna turn your dinner alarm off because you're just gonna get some more now. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you hungry, hon? Yeah, it's gonna be good. Some good cat food. Good cat food for the good cat. Are you so good? Oh, huh. Tom, you're always such a good boy. You're always so loved. Here's some good cat food for you. Here's some good cat food. I'll get you some good cat water, too.
Han is a good cat who drinks good cat water.
Pet the cat for you? Unfortunately, I already sat down, and he's all the way over there. And he's busy eating because he's such a good boy. Ooh, a little early there. And he's giving me bad RNG! Dang it. Just say it was still demo rock. I hadn't actually responded because I was busy getting into the run, but yes, I did see you all talking about that. That would be a good excuse. I see why we do that stage first. I mean, you know, the thing is, if we didn't do it first, the gorillas would probably be easier. I'm willing to bet, like another weapon like Flame Blast is a really good all-rounder that does good damage against everything. I wouldn't be surprised if it worked well on this mini-boss. Like, and that you could just like spam it and just win before he even gets the chance to attack. The problem is, then you'd have to beat Flame Man without Jet. So, nope. I think that boss dies to like 6 flame shots. So yeah, that should be very doable to spam those before an attack actually comes out. Seven simultaneous heart attacks. Oh, that's one way to end it. You survive the heart attack and then trip on your way out of the hospital. Ooh, ah! I think I was actually almost good there until I walked into the bullet. Thank you very much to both Blue and Blue's dad for rooting for me. Heart emojis. Ooh. Does that robot give that bad RNG frequently? Feels frequent-ish. It wouldn't be so bad if I, like, stopped sucking. There we go. I stopped sucking. Is it worth it to try to knock it away, or just killing it fast? Killing it fast, I would say, is the better option, because every pellet that you hit it with, you have to wait for it to bounce away before you can shoot again. I just thought of a new strat. Normally, every pellet that you shoot it with, you have to wait for it to go off screen before you can shoot again, and that limits how much you can push it back. What if you just spam and pause? What if you just pause to get rid of your bullets? Then you can shoot again faster. Can I cheese the wind boss this way? The wind tank at the end of the game. My current save state is past that point, so if I want to fight the wind boss again... Wait, that's right, you can... It is a thing that you can fight bosses in the library of Legacy Collection. Can you do that for the Wily stage bosses as well? Could I just go train at the Wind Tank boss that way? Because if I could, if that works, if I could shoot faster and then effectively keep the wind tank all the way on the right side of the arena while I just hug the left side, it won't be able to hit me. That boss will functionally no longer be in the run. I think there's a challenge where you fight it. No, I'm talking about the library. I know it's a thing that in the library of this game, like, you can just choose a boss and fight it, but I'm not sure if that's limited to like the initial 8 bosses of each game, or if it's all bosses. Well, I guess we'll see after this run. Or we won't see after this run, because this run will be successful. I mean, wouldn't you want to check anyway? No. God, no. After the run's done, I'm taking a break. You think after I finish a Damageless run, I'm just gonna be like, alright, let's continue the grindstone. No, I gotta go lie down. Okay, that one was kind of funny. Okay, let's see if the library does it. So, okay, so they've got the initial 8 bosses here. They do not let you practice against the Wily stage bosses. Now, somebody did mention they're in the challenges. That might be a better way to practice, but the problem is you need to beat the challenges to unlock them. And unfortunately, my save data got lost because Legacy Collection does not apparently properly back up your save data onto the cloud, and so like my original save data got lost at some point. I did 100% this whole thing on PC, but that's not an option anymore. Or that's not the cancel button. So yeah, unfortunately, if I want to practice against Wily bosses, only option is to start from, like, a password at the Mr. X stages and work my way all the way from there. If this run gets far enough and then fails, then I'll go there and test it. But otherwise, we're just gonna keep with the old strat for now. Because that is a pretty decent amount of time. I wanted to reset there because I don't want to have the "Did you know you can rewind?" little blurb they have at the beginning. Unfortunately, there's no way to get rid of the "Did you know you can press the start button?" blurb. Other than if you press start, it immediately goes away, even if you press start before pressing start does anything. Keep trying and save state right before, so I can just load and practice. The thing is, I don't want to bring up the emulator menu during a run. Like, I wouldn't necessarily invalidate the run if I did accidentally open up the emulator menu, but it's a thing I'd like to avoid, because that's very much not an original feature of the game. You're literally stopping the game from running. It's literally not running. It's not even pausing. Pausing is the game being told, hey, stop everything until I press this button again. It is actually a function in the game. But the emulator menu, you bring that up, the game doesn't know it's paused. That's not a thing it's capable of knowing, that menu is up. It's just not functioning. It's like frozen in stasis. It's the difference between sleeping and being frozen in stasis. Meh. There is a specific timing where you can go through the door backward. Is it still called the start button on Xbox these days? I think Xbox calls it the menu button. But I don't know because I haven't had any Xbox things post 360. But I've seen like the prompts for it on PC games. I think it's the menu button. On PS4, I can look at it right now. It's the options button. Ooh, they're getting real nerdy in there. Oh, PlayStation is the brand for the nerds. And then there's Nintendo. Pause? No. You're plussing the game. Is that real PlayStation terminology? What, options? Options is the PlayStation pause button. That is what the PlayStation pause button is called. Options. And then the select button is called the share button. And it's sort of a trick button, where it's right there where the select button should be, and traditionally has been on every single PlayStation controller. But it doesn't do the select button thing. It actually brings up an emulator menu on the PlayStation 4. An emulator menu for screenshots and videos. It in fact is incapable of interacting with the game when you press that button. Yeah, since there isn't a select button, most Sony games just say, yeah, it's the touchpad, because that's just sort of like the only option left. Like, what else are they gonna do? It's to the left of start, technically. One of my favorite things is that PS3 has like those analog triggers, but they're like these really like extra wide nubs that are really uncomfortable to use. And like all of the devs like knew it. So like most games The default for shooting is L1 and R1, the regular buttons, not the gun triggers. Uncharted. The default control scheme for Uncharted is using L1 and R1. Their flagship shooter series does not use the controller the way Sony wants devs to use the controller. PS5 L2 and R2 are pretty nice, though. I do like the PS4 L2 and R2, actually. I don't know what PS5's is like, but I do think that the PS4's L2 and R2 are way a step up over PS3. The big thing is that they don't, like, eat your fingers. That's the big problem with the PS3s, I think. Not even just that, like, oh, there's, like, so extra thick and weird to like pull on. The PS3's L2 and R2 straight up just like clip your fingers. Like you've got to deliberately avoid putting your fingers there or else. Basically, it's required to hold the controller in an uncomfortable way, or else it will be very uncomfortable. Nobody wins. I do actually really like the PS3 controller, and I kind of miss it. It's just, like, the PS4 controller, the reason I still use it over PS3, even though I could use one or the other, is like, the ergonomics are better. That's the big thing. It's just the ergonomics in general fit my hands better, and are just more comfortable to hold for long sessions. Which is kind of an important deal, considering my hand situation I had. But, like, I do kind of prefer the D-pad on PS3 over the D-pad on PS4. Analog sticks are better on PS4, though. Like, having, like, the indent circle is a very good way to do analog sticks. Meanwhile, the PS2 had 6 secret analog inputs in the face buttons in L1 and R1. PS3 also has those. It's just even less games use it on PS3 than use it on PS2. Which is so sad. How the heck is that used? Well, the PS3 used it in such killer apps as the Metal Gear Solid HD collection. Now, finally, you can play Metal Gear Solid 2 with analog button controls. Again. Hot take, I missed the PS2 L2 R2 buttons. PS3 turned them into squishy analog things, which almost nothing needs. Yeah, the thing is, like, analog triggers, there are very few games that actually use the analogness of the triggers. However, I like them just because it's just sort of like an immersion. It feels cooler to pull a trigger when firing a gun in a video game. You know, it's just a little bit closer to ending someone's life for reals. And why else do we play video games except to feel that moment? Have I tried VR? Heck yeah, I've tried VR. And I love VR, but I have been so disappointed by all the VR games I've played. They're all roller coasters, every single one of them. VR is a landscape of tech demos. And they're cool tech demos. It's just I really wish one day we'll get a VR video game. People were saying, I go on this rant every time. Let's go on this rant again. Let's go for super duper double extra credit. Everybody was all like, oh look, Half-Life Alyx. Finally. We've got Half-Life Alyx, a real actual video game in VR. But like, take Half-Life Alyx, compare it to Half-Life 2. It is a watered down Half-Life 2, where the enemies don't even try. They're just, it's really just a roller coaster in an FPS setting. Like, it's fun. It's a neat little roller coaster, and it's more interactive than most VR games. It's closer to, like, a real video game than most VR games. But, like, it doesn't... It's pulling its punches too much. I was so sad, too, because I replayed it with, like, all of the developer commentary to listen to all the developer commentary, and there's this straight up, the devs say... So yeah, originally during development, we actually had, the enemies had like tactics and stuff where they try to flank the player, but players were too overwhelmed. You just can't have enemies try to attack the player in VR. Just do a difficulty select. Come on! This is the biggest problem with Half-Life Alyx for me, is that the enemies don't try to actually attack you. It's just such a it makes all the fights lack any real intensity. That you can just stay in place. It's just like stay in one spot and shoot everybody until they're dead and move on. It's the same thing every time. If there was actual dynamics to the battles where you had to move, that would make the game so much cooler. That's like one of the big things the game is missing. And they were like, well, no, you can't do something other than a roller coaster in VR. Dagnabbit. To be clear, I'm not saying like, I want to be really clear. I understand. VR is trickier in the sense that, like, a lot of people, like, it would be really disorienting. I know it's a thing that a lot of people get, like, motion sickness just from VR, and that's why, like, it was a standard for a while that like it was just expected that you don't move in VR games, you teleport in VR games, because moving is just too disorienting. But like, me personally, that was never an issue for me. From like, the teleport movement, I find way more disorienting and sick-inducing than just moving. Like, just walking in a video game, dropped input! Dropped input on Blizzard Man again. It's like, yeah, that's just not a thing for me. I'm lucky in that way. And also, probably, like, I've played video games from a very young age. I think that factors into it. I was a dumb baby in a crib when I was playing video games. So I'm guessing my brain is just more used to moving in a virtual space that way. It's, like, ingrained in it. Like, I understand it'd be great to have accessibility options, like for that. Please just have a difficulty setting. Please, please, because like the game is too easy when the enemies don't try to flank me. I was literally in the middle of the game. I hadn't even heard that commentary yet, and I was thinking, gosh, they're just not trying, are they? I really wish the enemies would actually try and flank me. What's your opinion on the Astrobot VR game? Gosh, I can't wait to get a PlayStation VR so I can play Astrobot. I know there's 3 games. Is there 3 or 4 games in the series? Was there a PS3 one? Or did it start on PS4? I forgot. I remember there was actually a tangled web of obscure Astrobot games. And there's at least 2 on PS4, I think. Is there... Or is there 1 on PS4, and then there's the sequel that was a PS5 launch title. And then there's the one that just came out. Is there another one somewhere? Either way, point is, like, friggin', like, I don't got money. Go ask somebody with money to play video games. This is the only game I can afford. I can only afford NES games. I can only afford HD collections of NES games. Modern GPU prices? Oh no, I've got a gaming PC. I got a gaming PC. What are you talking about? This thing can play RuneScape on ultra settings. Luckily, RuneScape is a game you can play for free and have a paid subscription for free. You just have to trick other players into into paying your subscription for you. That is a genuine, actual in-game mechanic. What's my favorite Rockman game? Tell them, chat. Just go ahead and tell them. I know there's plenty of people in here who have heard me answer this question before, multiple times. Wow, Rare Foil getting it so wrong. Okay, now you're starting to get it wrong on purpose. Least favorite Rockman game? Of the classic series? I'm not too fond of like... I originally wasn't too fond of 8, but I think I got new appreciation for it when I replayed it more as an adult. I do not vibe with the art style of 8, but with regards to actually playing it, like, you know, it's... I don't hate playing it. So going back, I really don't like the chart. Probably 5. I'm gonna go with Rockman 5. But the thing is, I still think Rockman 5 is a pretty good game. It's just the most forgettable good game of the series. This is part of why I like Rockman. It is very consistently good, at least. Like, they got so many games, but, like, I can't fault them. You can't fault Rockman for just having so many games, and they just churned them out, like, more than one a year, when, like, they're all good games. I was about to say really good. I wasn't necessarily say they're all really good games. There are a good number of really good games in Rockman. But they're all at least good. You can't go wrong with a Rockman game most of the time. Oh, that was almost a loss to a dropped input. Yeah, it dropped the me pressing jump. And so I just walked off the ledge, but luckily I still had the button held down, so I could just keep jetting. Are dropped inputs particularly bad in this compared to previous games? Yes, because the previous games didn't drop inputs, and this one does. Well, I say they didn't drop inputs. I mean, like, there's probably like a 1 in a million super duper rare occurrence where it could actually drop your inputs in prior games if the stars align. This one just does it all the time. This one, if you beat the game without getting at least one dropped input, like, you won the lottery. Or you're playing to deliberately avoid them because you understand what causes dropped inputs. Which is what I'm doing! Now, I don't understand completely what causes them. I just know the scenarios in which they tend to occur. And so I'm avoiding those scenarios. I think Rockman 3 would be a perfect Rockman without the Doc Robot boss fights. They just annoyed me. I hear that. I hear people have that opinion a lot. I love the Doc Robot fights. They're a huge part of why I love that game so much. It is such a cool twist to like go, oh, you thought you were done? You thought you were done with these stages? Here's 4 extra hard versions of those stages. And also on top of it, each of those stages has 2 bosses. And both of those bosses might be a little bit familiar because they're the bosses from Rockman 2. That is so cool. The actual fights are mad at me? I love them. Love them, love them, love them. Can't get enough. I love the design of Doc Robot, though. That's like the one part where I'm just like... oh, he's just sort of like a guy who looks vaguely skeletonish. He's not even like a fancy skeleton. He's just sort of like vaguely skeleton. Doc is a skeleton? The name Doc is a mistranslation. It's supposed to be Doku. Dokuro. It's a pun. Dokuro, which is a play on it's Dokuro robot. And it's a pun on Dokuro, which I forget exactly what it means. It's either skull or skeleton or something like that. And that's why he looks like a skeleton. But, you know, Capcom of America doesn't know Japanese, so it got translated as Doc Robot. Dokuro is skull. Okay, it's skull. So, Dokuro... So, Roboto... I'm not sure exactly how they'd say it. But yeah, it translates as, like, Skullbot would probably be the best translation because it's... The end of Skull and the beginning of Robot are the same character. Like it's literally like the words are linked together by using the same character for them. Skullbot does kind of work, but it's not the same because it's just skull and then bot. But like the ol is a little close to ro. It sounds a little bit like the row in there with ol, but it's not like a perfect fit like the Japanese name. But yeah, in the video, I decided, I debated what was I going to call him in the video. And I decided on Doc Robot, just so I could call him Doc Robote. Because that's funny. Okay. 100% focus. I hate you all. Nice! It's starting to get a little bit dark. I'm gonna turn the lights on. And you know what? I'm also going to drink a full glass of water. I do like that this game made the effort to individualize the bosses more than the previous games. You mean like how like they're all like around the world thing? I just want to note for a bit of trivia that is an intentional, like the game mirrors the real life, because Rockman 6 is the first game where like they always, like, starting from the second game, the bosses were adapted from like fan-made boss ideas. But 2 through 5, they were all Japanese fans who they'd gotten like fan mail of. And well, not just fan mail, ran contests in magazines and stuff. 6 was the first one where they actually like ran it in multiple countries, not just Japan. And so this is the first like global Rockman. Why not make it fit by making it the Rockman where Rockman goes around the globe? I'm also talking about the stats on the boss intro screen. They did put a lot more into that, didn't they? Hi, Han. Were there any like stats in Rockman 5's intros or anything? I don't recall. I never pay attention. I stopped reading those years ago.
Han.
He wants to play some more. For the record, I did indeed go play with him a lot yesterday, and he never got tired. And then there was a moment where he started licking himself, and I was like, I guess we're not playing anymore? And I just like went on my phone. And then guess what what happens? I'm looking down at my phone for a couple minutes. All of a sudden, there is a cat on my hand, eating my hand. Were you at least tasty? God, I mean... Guess I never tried it before. No comment. I haven't tried me yet. Hi, Han.
Hi. Hey, don't worry. I will play with you after this strap my pinky promise. Such a good boy. Also mix up your food a bit more.
You know, I am wondering. We took a trip recently, and while we were gone, a coworker of Becca's was taking care of Han, And Han doesn't like strangers very much. But of course, like, we told him, we gave him the instructions for feeding Han. Like, of this food that he, you know, liked at the time. It was what he was most willing to eat. I'm wondering if maybe now he's associating this food with when he was left to fend for himself, and this nefarious stranger kept showing up and trying to get him to eat this stuff. Doesn't explain why he's more interested in, like, the other food. That he before had been like, no, I don't want that. And now he's like, no, I want that. Could just be aged taste buds. Aged over, like, the course of 2 weeks? You know, at the same time, he's also just, like, way more full of energy. So it's probably whatever's going on, it seems to be positive for him. Like, he's begging to play now. Jump, please, jump, please, jump, please. Oh! Oh, God. It's very awkward, but I gotta make that run from that wall. It's getting late. I gotta do a real run again. I gotta get to Mr. X. I gotta focus. Clearly, focusing is not a good strategy. Is this like the hardest one or something? This stage is probably the hardest stage in the run. Yes. Though I've gotten it very memorized at this point. Oh yeah, it very much helps that Plant Man is not good at the game. He does actually pose more of a threat if you're on the left half of the screen, but like it just seems to be a thing that if you're on the right wall, he'll never end up running into you. On the left side of the screen, you are not completely safe there. Like, he can actually just run into you there. Han is fidgeting. Hi! Yeah, he didn't want food. He wants to play. He's insulted that I even considered that he might be hungry. How come you don't fly over that last guy? Too risky. Entirely feasible that while I'm trying, he'll attack me, and I don't think it's safe to just fall. I think if at your max falling speed, you'd just get hit. But even if that was safe, that doesn't mean he's not going to try and throw fire at you. He's chasing his tail. On top of the Doc Robot translation thing, it's weird that they chose to rename him Rockman, but not change role. Yeah. Role isn't in the game as much. Role isn't on the front of the box. Why would they make a marketing decision for role? I thought Rockman's name is still Rock, isn't it? He's also just Rockman, right? It depends on what we're talking about. Because Capcom of America, consistency is not something they value. To be fair, consistency isn't something that Capcom, like, of Japan, like, the actual developers of the games have gotten that super consistent. There's some inconsistencies there, too. Crashman Clashman is the classic example. That's inconsistent no matter where you look. Number one, though, once again, I say that I say this all the time, and I will continue saying that I say this all the time. One of the most Capcom of America things that Capcom of America ever did. Rockman Dash. It is much more important to that game, where its story and the narrative is just so much more important in Rockman Dash. And the character of Rock is a big deal. Because, like, you know, it's a story-driven game. So the story of Rock in that game is that, you know, he was actually found as a baby, and he's just like a kid. He's just like a kid. Just like anybody else who was found as a baby and adopted. And the Japanese version, the story goes that, you know, the Roll, who was very young at the time, named him after her favorite video game, he was named Rock. Decent name for a baby in video game world. Yes, you got it, Zero Name. That is the decision that Capcom of America made. They were like, but branding! We can't call him just a name. He has to be named the brand name. And so they don't call him, like, a name. Which I think really hurts. I think it really hurts the localization of those games, because like legit, like, they're actually really good for the most part. Like, the voice acting is solid. They like they're actually pretty great in localizing those games, other than this one gigantic glaring hole where they like, the name doesn't work when you're supposed to empathize. Like, having the man suffix doesn't work when you're supposed to relate to this character as, like, a kid. He's like a teenager. Why does he have a superhero name? Imagine there's a superhero, there's like a Superman story. There's a Superman story that talks about Superman and as he's growing up. Like, imagine that just Smallville, the TV show. Imagine, like, they localized it. It was actually originally a Japanese show, and then they localized it in the West. And they went, well, why does everybody call him Clark? Why does everybody keep calling him Clark? His name's Superman. And so then they just went, and he's just going around school. And his teachers are all just like, Jim, present. Stephanie, present. Superman. Cool.
Are you rowdy?
He did actually eat all of the dry food I put on top of this while eating none of the wet food. He did drink some of the water, though. Screw it. Let's give you even more. You need to eat as much as possible and drink as much as possible. So you're getting more. This is your diet now. It just sits on the wet food that you don't eat.
There's even more for the good cat. Such a good cat, he's always meowing. He's always meowing so much.
Because of saving not existing yet or something. It's not because saving didn't exist yet. It's because including the literal real-world hardware inside the cartridge to enable saving is expensive. This was far before the days when like hard drive space was on the video game console. And even saving, wasn't, the technology for that wasn't even the best yet. Like most games that did that would have to do it backed up by a battery. Like a literal battery. Like, if the game's save data holding device inside the cartridge turned off, then the data would be erased. It couldn't actually, for reals, remember that data. It was just like you were keeping your computer in sleep mode, kind of remembering it. And so you had to keep your computer on forever. And they just have like a little watch battery in there to keep it on forever. Spoilers, it doesn't work forever. Oh, like those memory cards on PlayStation? Memory cards on PlayStation, thankfully, don't use batteries. So that's when the technology had evolved enough, so at least you're probably not going to lose your save data just after a couple of years passing. I mean, I don't know how reliable they are long term. Like, everything's gonna degrade eventually. Just not as fast as literally just it's running on battery power. Recently played Metal Gear Solid for the first time, but I don't have a PS1 memory card, so I had to play the whole game saveless in one sitting on my PS2. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that is... It's such a weird thing. The PS2 supports, like... The PS2 memory cards support having PlayStation 1 save data on them. As in, literally, the PS2 memory card is capable of storing the save data. But it just can't use it? You can't save the data to the memory card or read the data from the memory card. You can only transfer it on and off through like memory card transfer. It's so weird. If PS2 memory cards could just hold and could actually just be recognized by PS1 games as a PS1 memory card, that would solve so much. You would never need a PS1 memory card anymore, and you'd have so much more storage space. Who is Mr. X? My personal theory is that he's I forget, what is his Japanese name? Or are you saying his Japanese name? Was it actually still the same thing? X was really inconsistent about, we'll actually use their Japanese name. Or, no, we'll change it. Even though it's a name that completely works in English, we'll still change it anyway. They changed Vava, but that's because they liked money and not being sued. Yeah, that's more forgivable. Not being sued is still a sin, but more of a forgivable sin than friggin' Bit and Bite. Famous Rockman X antagonists, Bit and Bite. Ooh, you thought long and hard about that one, didn't you? Oh yeah, and then we get into the boss names. Storm Eagleed and then Storm Eagle. I understand that one a little bit. I still think Eagleed is cooler because what does that even mean? There's got to be some etymology reason for that. But then you get stuff like Boomer Kawanger? Wait, was he just called Boomer Kawanger in every version? I think he was just called Boomer Kawanger. What was he called in Japan? I forget. I forget which is which. I think they just kept Boomer Kuwanger. I think they were smart, and they were just like, Boomer Kuwanger. Yeah, heck yeah, Boomer Kuwanger. But we got like Icy Pengigo. That sounds like, whoa, Icy Pengigo? Who's that? I remember I was actually streaming, I think it was X3, and like looking at all the names, and they were like ridiculous awesome. Like all the Rockman X, it was X2 or X3, I'm not sure. But like the Japanese names were all just hardcore, super amazing, awesome names. And then they just like localize them to the most boring crap. Just like, let me pull up Rockman X boss names. Let's pull up the wiki. They'll tell me straight out. Okay, X2. Was it X2? I think it was X3. Okay, so Blast Hornet. Japanese name, Explos Hornek. No, not Blast. Explos. Not Hornet, Hornek. Blizzard Buffalo. No. Frozen Buffaleo. Toxic Seahorse. Acid Seaforce. Tunnel Rhino. Screw Cider. Volt Catfish. Electro Namazuros. That's the one that really got me. Volt Catfish. In fact, his true name, Electro Namazuros. We gotta finish. We gotta go through them all. Crushed Crawfish. Scissor Shrimper. Neon Tiger. Shining Tigered! Gravity Beetle. Gravity Beat Boot! I forgot about that one! No, he's not Gravity Beetle. He's Gravity Beat Boot! This is why I will never, ever use the English names. Capcom of America spat on Gravity Beat Boot. Hope you leave this in the video. I can't, no, I'm saving it for the Rockman X3 video. When I do Rockman X3 Damageless, I am gonna be having the time of my life. Oh crap, you're doing the X Games someday? Hypothetically, only in a purely hypothetical scenario. No promises. Do not in any scenario expect that I have promised this. Okay, you're jumping. Crap. I moved the windows. Thank you very much for the subscription, Penguin Master 9999. Oh, Pengigo Master, you say? Hello, Pengigo Master. Hi, Han. Ooh, close. I inspired you to do various dumb challenges? Yay! I hope they're fun. I love you, Han. You're such a good boy. I love you. Why was Nightman built? To fight in the global fighting tournament. All 8 bosses in this game were built to fight in this global fighting tournament. Which then Mr. X revealed was actually a ploy to reprogram them all and make them fight for him to take over the world. I thought Centaur Man was a tour guide. That is just straight up, like, just invented for extended media. Cannot take that as canon. It's no more canon than the Rockman met Sonic the Hedgehog. It's no more canon than that the canonical way that Rockman dies to lead into the X series is that Joker from the Persona series showed up and did his final smash on Rockman, where he slits Rockman's throat and a comical, over-the-top, gory spray of blood just gushes out of Rockman's neck. Once again, I talk about this all the time, and I will continue talking about it all the time, How god friggin' messed up cool is it that Joker just has his slit throat final smash? That's his final smash. He slits your throat, and an over-the-top spray of blood spurts out of your neck. This is a thing that can happen to Mario in an official licensed Nintendo game. It's not blood, it's stars. It's not stars! It's shiny blood! They put in a layer of artistic interpretation over the blood. It's still blood! It's super blood! It's literally coming out of his neck! His head tilts to the side because of all of the you know, the physics of having all that blood gushing out. Like, it's right there! People keep trying to downplay this. It's like, oh, it's only stars. In what scenario does somebody stab someone's neck and a comically gigantic amount of this fluid kind of looking stuff comes out of it and their head's just tilted to the side as this giant geyser of it comes out? I describe this and I say it's sparkly. Are you gonna be like, oh, well, if it's sparkly, then it's just stars? Mario's just leaking some stars out of his stabbed neck. I wonder if they had to discuss with, like, all of the other third parties when they put Joker in. If they, like, was it a real discussion that had to happen when Sora was added to the game? Did they just, like, try not to mention it when they were asking to get Sora in the game? Or was there an actual conversation where they were just like, okay, Nomura, so just so you know, we already have Joker from the Persona series, so there will be, if Sora's in the game, there's not really any way around it, there will be a cutscene that occurs during gameplay sometimes, where Sora will have his throat slit and a gigantic geyser of blood will spray out. It's gonna be shiny. Don't worry, it's gonna be shiny. You're not actually gonna get a good look at it. It's gonna be censored by being shiny. Has more messed up stuff not happened in Kingdom Hearts? They usually don't have throat slit, gigantic geyser of blood. They usually avoid that level. Cool. So stupid to me that the horse bot cannot jump. He's not a horse. He's a centaur. Having the human half on top like makes all the, you know, it makes the it throws off the balance. You can't expect him to just be a horse. That's profiling. Hi, hon. Yeah, this has got to be the last run. Well. Yeah, I got it! Cool. We got at least one more Mixer X stage run. I think I found my next challenge to tackle. New Super Mario Bros. Wii Jumpless. Somebody has done it, but they use spin jump. Are you joking? You've gotta be. Really? You're talking like actual, like they're on the ground and they do a spin jump. And then they go, spin jump ain't to jump, so I'm beating the game without jumping. Really? Really? You're not talking just like they do a mid-air spin. You're talking an actual just straight up. They elevate themselves with a jump. But they did the spinny variant of the jump. Really? Really? Please tell me they at least tried not to do it. It was like one of those, well, this strategy is absolutely definitely jumping, so we'll avoid using it as much as possible. But for the sake of making the run possible, we'll pretend that it's not a jump. Please tell me it's something like that and not just, we're only allowed to not jump at all in any way whatsoever. Let's get this run started. So anyway, we're gonna do spin jumps over this platform here. We're gonna spin jump onto this platform, spin jump onto these enemies. We're gonna spin jump across this gap. Nope, they even use it in a pre-run preamble. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What have I created? They're playing the game wrong. Exactly. Please tell me they did end up using co-op, because like that's the obvious thing. New Super Mario Bros. Wii, if you're gonna try and beat it without jumping, well, you can throw other players and bounce off them. That's how you do that run. That's like, that's your in. That's your in there. Please tell me they at least use those strats somehow. Like, that'd be the part where interesting stuff happens. Two-player co-op, but that's it, and only for a few levels. Ah. Well, I guess I need to do New Super Mario Bros. Wii, unless... is there somebody else who's also done that video? Because I know there's lots of challenge runs about the same challenge, and they have different rules all the time. Is it possible that, like, I could be the first one to do it? Without spin jumps and jumps? a guy made a task about the same challenge, but the only jumps that used were 4-player bubble popping ones. So they put some serious, taken serious this here. Like they were even like, well, is pressing the jump button to get out of a bubble a jump? And yeah, that's a really thing. In 3D World, I did consider that jumps. Like, that was a thing. I had to plan around the bubbles being popped right when I needed them to. What? What level am I in? I remember. Okay, so I really wanted to have the bathroom break be at Cannon Joe normally, but I gotta use the bathroom. So, sorry, it's happening early.
We have a special guest star on the stream with us tonight. His name is Han. He is a kitty. And he doesn't want to be in my arms very much right now, but he doesn't hate it that much yet. I'm just gonna let him go. Like a good boy.
Where am I in the stage? I remember, I just got through all the Mets. Yeah, no, not worth it. Yeah! I'm 99% certain that is frame perfect.
Hi. Hi, Han. I know you're Han, and I love you. I love you very much because your name's Han. Hi, Han. I love you. I love you so much.
Dear Rockman, how do you climb ladders with boxing gloves on? Oh! Oh! No, 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 no! Ah! Oh, I got so obsessed with the flame, I didn't realize the second enemy had already spawned in. Ooh, I did not even see that bullet until it was already hitting me. Oh. Okay, well, we're far enough in, I can get to the... I can get to that tank boss pretty quickly. I'll go there so I can see about that strat we thought of. What about the balls? Please stop being vulgar. What's Metanger Z weak to? I forget what exactly. I think it's less unsafe and more I don't want to waste the ammo. And the charged buster already kills it basically just as fast.
Hey there. Don't worry, I'm almost done.
Okay, not only do we have a lot, but also this is just for practice, so I'm not going to bother refilling these. You can move those blocks? New person finds out every day. Dropped input. Tongar Z is weak to Blizzard. Yeah, so I'm just... Yeah, no. That'd be difficult to aim even. Like, destroys the entire point. Hi, hon. Good practice paid off on Mr. X. Okay, not gonna bother refilling, so we're going in uncharted territory. What's my PB? Last boss of the boss rush. Twice. Tied there twice. Or rather, tied there once. I've done it twice. Does it work if it's not charged? No, of course not. Would be even easier if it did. Excuse me, you can do that. Yep, I expected somebody would be saying that. I didn't know either. I do wonder if I knew at some point and just forgot though. Like I knew there were things you could do with Power Adapter, but it seemed pretty not knowledge I had when I found out. Okay, this is the boss that I was hoping to get to, so we could try a strat out. Did I actually save? Wait. Okay, it does. Oh my god. Oh my god. So it takes a lot longer, but it works. Is it safer, though? Considering I'm not in range of any bullets, and I can just always be never in range of bullets? Yeah, I think I had this basic I was trying to, like, in routing, trying to find a strat where, like, what if I could just keep pushing him back and never be vulnerable? And I was like, oh dang, that's not working. Because I couldn't shoot fast enough because of the bouncing animation. I can use the bouncing animation. Oh, the bubbles drop stuff? That's cool and all. Not gonna use that. You know, the thing is, I think execution of this does get a little close. Like, there's been some bullets that were, like, right in front of my feet. Say this is better than the wind strat? Well, I haven't gotten hit yet. I've managed this far, and I've never even practiced this strat before. But look at that. Look at how close that bullet got. That's playing with fire. Isn't it easier to slip up doing this? Exactly. Thing is, doing this, it is still consistent as long as you do it right. There's no, like, RNG factor here as long as you do it right. Wind puts you in danger. It's not necessarily... See, the other strat also, like... It doesn't put you in danger if you do it right, in the same way that the wind strategy does not put you in danger if you do it right. I think I'm going to stay with the old strategy, as funny as the new strategy is. Do you need to save wind? The very next stage has an infinite safe farming location right at the start. So it does not matter what weapons I need. I'm getting good at that slide. The reverse entry. I should mention, this is the end of the stream, by the way. People are like, oh, sorry, I've got to go. I've got to go. That's it. I'm not doing another run tonight. I kind of want to, but I wouldn't have enough time. I've got to allocate at least 2 hours into the future. I do not have 2 hours in the future. So yeah, that is it for today. That's it for the next couple days, but God, we're getting there. Yeah, that's it. Night-nights and heart emojis. I'm gonna play with Han. He's staring at me. Hi there. I'm ending the stream so I can play with you. I know I'm a little late. I'm sorry. But I pinky swear I'll make it worth it, because you're such a good boy. Night-nights, heart emojis.